Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Okay, there. Now I can actually see that I'm live. Welcome to Monday and stream 3 of Murder Mystery Machine is what I'm trying to say. Apparently the green screen isn't loving my hair like this, but I'm loving my hair like this, so screw it. I woke up like this, and then I put on lipstick. So when we left off on Friday, I had the phone conversation with the captain, lieutenant, whatever he is, up on screen. Oh, by the way, let me know if my hair is interfering with the sound, and I'll actually do something about my hair. I had the semi cutscene up with the with our boss, and I'm a dummy, and I accidentally clicked through that thing, and then it saved. So now you don't get to see that cutscene. But the next murder is in a park. We got called by like rangers, park rangers, not army rangers. I'm gonna try to stop saying but I'm a little dumb today, which bodes well for this game, right? Depending on how I feel, there might be only the one case today. If this first one takes too long, well, the fifth one. But yeah, let's go. Oh, never mind. I guess it does the thing. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll see. We shall find out. I think it's this case that we're about to start. Let's do that and uncover the mic, just in case. Since no one's saying anything. Nope. Nope. Sorry. Cutscene's gone. I suck. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We are running out of space on the walls. National Heritage Park, the Immortal Eye. Let's go. Why a woman would be here so late, alone? I hope you're not saying a woman can't go out walking on her own. Not at all, just that up here, alone, at night. We didn't know she was alone when she arrived. Submit possible causes of death and the location of the lead. Park ranger called it in. Karen Whittaker, muddy clothes. There is something. Oh. Right there on the ground. Press ID card. The Tribune newspaper. Disturbed mood. Tire tracks. Fire. No, black trash bag. Suffocation, tied shut. Okay, I don't know what's going on over there in that corner, but it looks kind of weird. Not bad weird necessarily, just weird. Okay, there's something else over here. Can I grab it from this angle? Or is it up here? Oh, there we go. Weed killer. Poisoning. Recently used. I don't see any other little white spots from this angle. So I'm going to rotate the camera. Oh, there's a new one. Disturbed dirt. Looks like her feet were dragged. Oh, drag marks. A hammer. Bludgeoning. Bludgeoning. Did I say that right? I don't know. Well worn. Anything new here in this corner? No. Don't see anything in that corner. Nothing new here. That's the weed killer. Okay, rotating again. Nothing new over here still. Let's go down in the, what's now the bottom corner and check. Nope. And rotating again. Nope. That's it. Hi Nate. What did you find? A woman, mid-30s, found alone in the Heritage Park. It has creepy written all over it. Who would she have been meeting here so late? It would have to be important to get her out here. Important and secretive enough to get her alone here. If she was killed here, there's no way they could get away without losing some evidence. There doesn't appear to be any obvious injuries or damage to the body. Maybe this isn't as suspicious a death as we thought. There's one thing I've learned since being in the DCA with you. Nothing is ever that simple. Karen Whitaker, reporter at the Tribune. We have our victim. The Tribune? You must have dealt with him before. Any idea what exactly are you getting at? I just meant that you've been on the force a while. You must have crossed paths with them. And what if I have? I was just asking a question. Let's get this crime scene wrapped up. Okay. Let's move these two over here to tire tracks and killed here. And now let's also move these two over here. And disturbed mud, disturbed dirt, tire tracks killed here, drag marks, tire tracks, disturbed, tire tracks, drag marks. Let's blank those two. Okay, let's move these three over here. And now bludgeoning, no visible damage. Well-worn hammer. Still a hammer. Well, if there's no visible damage, she couldn't have been killed with a hammer. that much is fairly obvious. Let's move this to here. And poisoning, no visible damage. Weed killer, recently used. Let's ask the park ranger about the weed killer. That's been recently used. Because he called it in. Suffocation, no visible damage. Black trash bag. Sure. Tied shut. Meeting someone should also connect to tire tracks. And park ranger meeting someone. Called it in. Meeting someone. Well, I had new dialogue options, so let's go for this. What did you find? There are tire tracks on site, stopping short of our victim's body, showing that she was likely killed, dragged, and dumped here. We'll need to get these analyzed. Hopefully we can narrow down the vehicle. We could be looking at suffocation, although there are no signs of a struggle or defensive wounds. Perhaps she knew her attacker, if they were able to get that close to her. Can't jump to any conclusions without proof or a weapon. Weed killer could be our weapon. No signs of poison abuse around the mouth or vomiting. Poisonings can be administered in several ways. We'll have to have Karen's body checked for traces of related toxins. Doesn't seem like we have much to work with. Not until we get the results back from the lab. What do we have so far? Female, no obvious wounds or cause of death, found in the Heritage Park, potentially killed elsewhere. Certainly got our work cut out for us. Let's get this crime scene wrapped up. Killed elsewhere, tire tracks. Killer dumped the body, tire tracks. Killer dumped the body, killed elsewhere. No obvious toxins, oddly administered. Lack of struggle, knew her attacker. Lack of useful evidence nearby. Is that linked with trash bag and hammer? And I might be missing something, but I think the right solution is killed elsewhere, weed killer or trash bag, suffocation, lack of struggle, tied shut, lack of useful evidence. Can't I open that? I want to open that. Already connected those. Let's move this over here. Wrong button, but that's okay. Is that? Oh, so that's connected to, okay, hang on. No, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. That is not connected to killed here. Oh, fine, sorry. There. Killer dumped the body. Killed elsewhere, the newspaper. Newspaper, tire tracks. Newspaper drag marks. Killed elsewhere drag marks. Muddy clothes drag marks. Disturbed dirt. Muddy clothes. Disturbed mud. If she was meeting someone here, then she wasn't killed elsewhere. How do I get the Tribune to become a location? Or is the location just elsewhere? Okay, let's try that. Elsewhere. And how is... Oh, that's those. Okay. Poisoning. Or suffocation. Oh, not the what. Weed killer is a what, not a how. Okay, let's see. I missed one thing. Well, that's good. That's good enough. DCA headquarters, Police Plaza, 11 a.m. I didn't mean anything by asking about the Tribune out there. Don't worry, it's just editor Clancy Brown and I, we have some history. Anything I should know before we walk in there? Nothing that concerns the case. Let's get this over with. Either way. And now I need to start looking for a hidden objects to unlock the costumes. Heads up, we are dealing with a press now. What's that supposed to mean? They are a species of their own. Be very careful with everything you say, or it will end up on tomorrow's front page. Watching my tongue, check. I guess talk to her. Would you mind answering a few questions regarding Miss Whitaker? Anything to help. The news has come as such a shock to us all. What was she even doing there that late? I was hoping you could help fill in the blanks. Ask away. Is there anyone you can think of that would want to hurt Karen? Karen upset a lot of people with her work. She was the hard-hitting type. I focus more on what people really want to know. Who's cheated on who? What the celebrities are up to? Gossip columnist? I like to think of it more as essential celebrity and current events reporter. You said Karen upset people. She was always getting calls to the office. She had some tough skin, but I still said she should report the harassment. Why wouldn't she report it? I don't think it was wholly to do with her job. I don't like to spread rumors. You're a gossip columnist, clearly. But apparently she was seeing a married man. No idea who, although not from lack of trying. So it's just a rumor. I don't work on rumors, detective. I work on the truth, obviously. You have been a great help, thank you. Jealous lover. Unknown harasser. Ophelia says Karen was seeing a married man, obviously. But... So I guess this is our other... Yes. Hello. Mr. Brown, I'm sure you are a busy man, but You're right, I am. Do you have any leads on Karen's killer yet? I'm hoping you can help with that. I can spare a minute. What was your relationship with Karen like? Professionally, she was one of the best reporters I have had here. Personally, she was very private. When was the last time you saw Karen? Hi, Hi, how are you this evening? In yesterday's morning meeting, she wanted to talk to me afterwards, something about breaking a story. Did she tell you about the story? She told me she was meeting in contact last night and we would talk today. It was something that would need to get to press fast. But it obviously didn't unfold that way. Is there anyone you think would want to hurt Karen? A jealous lover, perhaps? See, you have been listening to Ophelia's stories. Contrary to what you might have heard, Karen was incredibly professional. Did you ever go with her to meet her sources? Whatever she did outside of this office was none of my business. I'm good. I have no idea what paddle tennis is, but it sounds exhausting. There was no one she had met with recently that she was worried about? Not that I'm aware of. Karen kept her methods to herself. What I don't know can't hurt me or the Tribune. Thank you for your time. Okay, now let's find some hints. Oh, okay. I have what we in Swedish call inget bollsinne, so I would be excruciatingly terrible at that. Taxi receipt, Beaumont Hotel. Is there anything in the trash over here? No. Is it just me, or are the colors weird today? Like right here? Is it the light? I think it's the light. Because it doesn't look as weird over here. But it's the same that it was on in the first scene. Sticky note on book cover. FD 006 147. Okay, let's just double check all the way down in this corner. No. Let's wait to talk with them until I have something more. And there's nothing in that corner. There's nothing in his office. So I guess we rotate. Karen's work schedule. Monday, Beaumont Hotel, 3 p.m., room 120. Tuesday, airport, 1:30 flight lands, 2:15 at the bar. Wednesday, Hunter's Lodge, Brian, 9 p.m. Thursday, office, Clancy, 10 o'clock. Friday, General Hospital, 11:30, Ward 2, Mrs. Thompson. Saturday, blank. Huh. Do I see the hidden item from this angle? I do not see anything that looks like a hidden item. Is there anything on this wall now? No. There's still no hidden item. And nothing on that wall. And nothing there. Okay, turning again. Oops, wrong way. Turning twice. There. If the hidden item is in this scene, I do not see it. Okay, let's do some sleuthing. Let's move those two a little further up. Oops. Unknown contact, work schedule, sensitive story, up here. Last saw Karen yesterday. Private person. There. Seeing a married man. There. Wait, FD006147. That sounds like a flight number. Let's move those back to over here. And let's do that. No? That? That? Right, this? Taxi number? No. Sticky note, airport. Being harassed by unknown harasser. Unknown contact, sensitive story. Working on something big, unknown contact, and sensitive story. Him. I mean, let's see if that works. Beaumont Hotel, jealous lover, and seeing a married man. Hunter's Lodge was Brian, right? I think so. Let's go read this again. Okay, fine. There. Well, Hunter's Lodge would be Brian, yes. So is Brian the unknown contact? Or is airport the unknown contact? Let's connect unknown contact with all of them and see if anything clicks. Private person. Does that mean that she'd meet someone at the hotel? Sensitive story. Does she have anything to do with that? Hi, ProSale. Yes, yes, you missed a little bit, but not too much. This is only the second scene of the case. Karen, can we connect that? We can. Okay, let's go talk. Actually, hang on. Journalist, editor, sensitive story. Okay, yes, let's go ask her. I have some more questions for you. Ask away. Have you ever seen these numbers before? Oh, that's my battery being low. That was not a trophy. We see report numbers like that all the time. They can be related to all sorts though. Government proposals, private building contracts, population census, all depends on the preceding letters. FD? No idea, but if Karen was working on it, it'll be something big and controversial. Did she talk to anyone in the office about her harasser or the story she was working on? I'm sure she would have told her friend, Connie Mallon. She was always there for her, and I mean always. You don't sound very approving. She seems a bit obsessed, if you ask me. Obsessed in one way. Just, protective of Karen. You've been a great help, thank you. Okay, there we go. Connie. Private person. Karen's friend. Obsessed, harassed. Is Connie the unknown harasser? Important or controversial? That means it's definitely part of the sensitive story, and we should link this to unknown contact too. But it also means it wouldn't be neither airport, hospital, lodge, or airport, or hotel, I mean. No, this side. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna go grab a hair tie, because obviously the green screen is upset. Be right back. I just need to, I didn't put one right here. Or did I? Oh, I did. I'm a dummy. So we found a dead reporter in the park, and we haven't yet figured out even how she died. And yeah, the rest you have on here. Did I connect that with schedule? I did. Karen's friend knows about the married man. Let's move this one up here. Can it fit there? It cannot. Here? Yeah, better. Okay, let's talk to you again, I guess. I have some more questions for you. Could Connie have anything to do with the harassing calls? Okay, so she wasn't that obsessed. Connie just gave me a weird vibe. Karen would drink at the bar she worked at. This bar? Did Karen meet her sources there too? I'm pretty sure she did. Not the sort of place I'd want to meet anyone. I'm more of a cocktail than beer and sticky floor kind of girl. You've been there before then. Only once. With a name like the Hunter's Lodge, I suppose you can't expect too much. Thank you. Okay, so Connie works at the Hunter's Lodge. Karen's affairs may be linked to Connie's bar. Which means that Connie could actually be the unknown contact. Okay. I guess we go talk to the boss again. Turning the camera. I have a few more questions. I can spare a minute. Can you tell me where she usually met her sources? Away from prying eyes. She knew what could happen if others found out they had been talking to a reporter. A bar, perhaps? It made sense. Most of them would sing like a bird after a drink or two. anywhere else that would warrant investigating. If they wanted to remain anonymous, she'd meet them at a hotel, or she'd track them down at the airport if they weren't so forthcoming, that is. She was good at knowing people's schedule. If they were disappearing out of the country, she would have been there waiting for them. Did Karen ever show you these numbers? I see numbers like that 100 times a day. But these specific numbers? No. Thank you. Okay. Might be linked to a hotel. Or the airport. I still think it's a flight number. Doesn't recognize the number. Put that there. Put that there. Well, she's been there, so let's connect those two. Let's move that up here. And let's connect those two if I didn't already. I don't think I did. And those two. And that. And that. Okay, so who? Who is harasser or contact? Why? Sensitive story or jealous lover? Where is the lodge or the hotel? Yeah, let's go with that. Yay! Oh, I missed 2 pieces of evidence? Damn it. Oh well, good enough. So that escalated quickly. I told you, you stood strong though. Impressive once again. I learned from the best. I see what you mean about the newspaper type though. Clancy's a real piece of work. I wanted you to see it for yourself. And what did he mean by issues closer to home? Oh, so that's something I missed. He's just trying to stir the pot. COD results are in. Confirmed as suffocation and the trash bag was tested, not the murder weapon. Cruel way to go. Any leads with the tire tracks? Tracks matched the same model as Karen's car, meaning she either drove herself there to meet someone, or she was killed elsewhere and her body was moved there. Either way, we're still no closer to finding her killer. I think we should check out her source leads. They might be able to shed some light on what she was up to out there. I ran a check on Karen's friend Connie Mal and confirmed that she works at the Hunter's Lodge. Good work, you head over there. I'll take the hotel bar. Karen's work schedule said she'd been there too. With some luck, someone will have seen who Karen was meeting. Okay. I still don't trust him fully. But, yeah. And that's only because of the boss. So how are you today, Prosale? Everything good? Connie Mal. What can I get you? I'm Officer Clark. I was hoping you could tell me about Karen Whitaker. Hope you're not here accusing me. I was speaking with all those that were close to Miss Whitaker. Would you mind answering some questions? Aw. Sorry to hear that, but also good. I understand you knew Karen well. Yeah, we hit it off straight away. She was my kind of girl. How often did you see each other? I'm always here. She would come in and keep me company. Then she started meeting people here for work a few months ago. It just made sense. Sounds like you two were pretty close. I take it you were aware of the calls to her work? I said she should report them, or I would. She never did, though. I'm sure she would have really appreciated having a friend like you at her side. Calls she was receiving, did she have any idea where they were coming from? If she did, she never told me. I could tell they were getting to her, though. Did she tell you anything about what they said while on the line? Nothing. She would only hide something like that from me if she was really worried. I understand Karen was meeting someone here last night. Can you run me through the events of the evening? It's an odd one. She was supposed to be meeting Brian, a regular around here, at 9 p.m., but he showed up late and Karen had already left. Did he say why he was late? Just the same old. He was looking pretty bad last night. Awful, actually. Told him to get himself over to the hospital. So Karen and Brian missed each other. Doesn't sound so odd to me. It was this guy Mark who came looking for her that was the odd part. Mark? Karen was meeting him too? Not that I knew of. I'd never met or heard of him before. I'd like to talk with this Brian. I wouldn't worry about him. He's harmless. Well, now anyway. Drugs were always his vice, but he's doing better. I hardly painted him in the best lights. That wasn't my intention. He's trying to sort his life out. If I thought he had anything to do with Karen's death, I would say. You sound very protective of him. If I was meeting Karen to help with the story, I would have thought he'd make the effort to be there on time. Like I said, it was Karen that left. She was usually pretty patient when it came to meetings, but she only gave him 5 minutes or so before she left. Can you walk me through exactly what happened with Mark? He came in the bar asking for Karen, about 8 p.m. I'd say. Big guy, you couldn't miss him. I assumed she knew him. I said she would be in at 9 p.m. and he was welcome to wait. And did he? He did, but not in the bar. He hung around outside for a while. In the car park? That's odd. How long was he out there for? Couldn't tell you exactly. Longer than I would have wanted to stand out in the cold parking lot, that's for sure. Nice. Oh, it's always a good idea. To be honest, I'm glad he stayed out there. He gave me a bad feeling, made me uneasy. Can you remember any other meetings Karen had here that might help our investigation? I don't know how relevant it is, but she was in a meeting with that politician maybe a week ago. You know, the one that got shot in his home? Oh, Frank Daniels? Yeah, that's him. Karen had tried sitting down with him a couple of times. Do you know why she wanted to speak to him so badly? Only that it was to do with the story she was working on. Thank you. You have given me plenty to think about. Okay. Okay. Looking for Karen, jealous lover, Frank, sensitive story. Mark gave Connie a bad feeling, and he was loitering. She didn't wait for him. Brian, sensitive story. They were friends, let's just do that. Working on something big, Frank. And Mark. Met our sources here. Frank. No, come on. There. Let's connect these two as well. And those. No, wait, this was supposed to be Brian. Okay, now let's look around. There's something there. What is this? Karen's purse? Left in a hurry. Or didn't leave voluntarily. Left in a hurry, threatening calls. Oh, hang on, what's this? Picture of Connie and Karen. Looking cozy. Well, they were friends. Or are we trying to imply that they were in a relationship? Yeah. There's also Columbo right here and Nancy Drew right there. Let's do this and this and picture jealous lover. No? Okay. Before we talk to her, let's keep turning the camera. Nothing there that I can see. Yes, leaning like this helps. It absolutely does. And I don't see the... There was a noise when I walked past here. I don't see the hidden objects. Hidden item, whatever they call it. Okay, let's turn the camera again. Nothing outside the window. Nothing there. Nothing in that corner. Nothing down here. Okay, fine. Still nothing. Right. Pretty sure still nothing. Okay, well, I haven't connected anything other than a new dialogue option, so let's go for that. That's a nice picture of you both. Thank you. Is there something you want to ask? I was just commenting on how happy you both look together, being such close friends. She must have told you everything. Any secrets she was hiding? Any hidden partners? Oh, if you're referring to us, then yes, we were together, but that ended a while ago. You two were together? I assume then that you are the married man that Karen was apparently seeing? That office pumps out more gossip, more rumors than it does news. I'm sorry, I know it must be hard for you to talk about. I just have to follow up on every report. Hardly a report, more gossip. You said that Karen left in a hurry, in such a hurry that she left her purse. She was out the door in the shot. I don't think I've ever actually seen her move so quickly. She seemed, I don't know, spooked. Spooked? When I mentioned Mark had been in, I've never seen her go so pale. And if you'd seen the way she jumped when that car alarm went off in the parking lot, you'd have thought someone had fired a gun in here. Thank you. So the jealous lover theory is out. But it sounds like Mark is very much a person of interest. And I think we should connect him to the threatening calls. And since he's dead, his murder is a sensitive story in a way. Okay, well, let's just go with Mark. And move along. Yes. Oh, A+. Nice. How did you get on over at the hotel bar? The bartender recognized Karen from a photo, but nothing of any importance. No idea who she met or why, even after some gentle persuasion. Gentle persuasion? I hope that's not a complaint in the making. We needed answers, and I'm sick of getting the runaround by people like Clancy Brown. Anyway, how did you get on with Connie? I'll fill you in on the way to the play park over on 5th. Karen's car has just been found. Okay. I feel like either I'm on pace or this case is a lot shorter. Abandoning a car, the potential scene of a murder in a play park. That's dark. Let's clear the scene as fast as we can. No one needs to see this, especially kids. In the state the car was found in, looks like they were wanting to get out of here fast. Hopefully that means we can get something worthwhile from it. Okay, well, I want the hidden objects. I hope I didn't miss it. I'm gonna be frustrated if I did. Okay, fine. Let's just look at the car. Driver's seat. Footprint on windscreen, keys in ignition. Plastic bag behind driver's seat. So that's how she was killed. Tampering at back door. That's Mark and her car alarm. Busted lock. What did it say? Oh, come on. FD006147, document locker, empty. Okay, can't cross there. Let's turn. Picnic basket is not the hidden item. Can't cross there. Anything else down here? bike is not the hidden item. I think I missed it. No, there it is. Hi. I see you. Huh. Okay. Anything useful? Looks like a footprint on the windscreen, a female boot print. At least she didn't go down without a fight. Doesn't look like the killer hung around after. The keys are still in the ignition. We know cause of death was suffocation. Could this be a murder weapon? Odd for the killer to leave it here. Let me think. Okay. Cause of death, suffocation. Links with that. Let's move this over here. And there. New dialogue. Tampering at back door. On edge at car alarm. Busted lock. Also on edge at car alarm. Marcos loitering in the car park. Also car alarm. And busted lock. And tampering. And plastic bag behind driver's seat. And busted lock. And that. And that. Keys in ignition, abandoned. Let's move Frank up here. But let's also link her with Mark. And sensitive story. That. And that. And let's link those. Let's move this down here. And link those. Signs of a struggle, plastic bag, cause of death. What? Plastic bag. Where? Oh, okay, we still need to, okay. So Mark stole the evidence, obviously. The broken lock must have been how our killer got in. How could Karen not have noticed it, though? He said there was a guy hanging around the Hunter's Lodge, the car park last night when Karen was parked. Mark, Connie saw him out there. They both heard a car alarm go off, too. Seems more than a coincidence to me. An empty document wallet. Why would they have left this here? The empty folder isn't the important part. That number relates to the report Karen was looking into. Ophelia said that it could have come from a government proposal. Yeah, but she hadn't seen those specific numbers before. What's so important about the FD prefix? These initials are also on the folder. Let me think. Well, I did already link it to car alarm, busted lock, Tampering at backdoor. FD initials. Okay. Nate? Maybe it's not connected to a project per se. Maybe it's someone connected to a project. Frank Daniels. If it's Frank, maybe his death was more than a robbery gone wrong. John Riley was charged with this murder. How is he involved? Triggerman. He would know better than to out those paying him. Maybe both Karen and Frank knew that. Karen met with Frank at the Hunter's Lodge. He could have had information for her. Unless it was him she was investigating. Starting to feel like we've opened Pandora's box. We don't know exactly how Frank Daniels was involved. Let's keep this between us for now. You got it. Who knows how big this could be, and who else is involved. I think we should get back to the station. Killed in car. Let's put that as the where. Killer dumped body in abandoned car. Cause of death, suffocation. Signs of a struggle. Tampering at back door. Stolen document. Connected to file. Unknown involvement, but it's a sensitive story. Let's move this up there just a little so I can zoom in just a little. And wait, are these actually? Oh, it was connected to the working on something. Killer dumped body here. Why? Well, I don't need to link Jealous Lover to anything because I'm pretty sure it's this. I did miss one thing, but that's okay. This case went from a dead journalist to a premeditated murder that's somehow connected to a government document and a murdered politician. Silenced for what she knew. Why do I have the feeling we have barely scratched the surface? It's no coincidence that Karen worked under Clancy Brown and he spoke about the governor. Why would the governor be so interested in the murdered reporter? Trust me, when everything comes to light, there are going to be some big players involved. So keep it to ourselves for now, till we know more. I think a chat with Rosemary Daniels will reveal a few home truths. You know the way. I don't know what home truths means, like the concept, but sure. Book. Okay. Well, I did already get his outfits. Daniel's residence. We need to tread carefully here. For all we know, Rosemary's involved too. I think you may be giving her too much credit. But if there's anyone that knows what Frank was up to, it's the secretary, not the wife. Hello again, Mrs. Daniels. I don't want to take up too much of your time. You brought my husband's killer to justice. I will do whatever I can to help you. Just a few things to clarify. Please ask away. Ask about the missing 6147 file. Did Frank ever mention this file? Anything government-related Frank tried to hide from me. He obviously thought he was protecting me from something, or that I just wouldn't understand. Once caught him working on something, and he immediately hid it under some other papers, like I'd just caught a kid in a cookie jar. So, Frank was particularly cautious with those. How did you know it's government-related? Well, it was only ever government-related the work that he actually hid. The rest of his work he would happily talk at me about. Did Frank ever mention the name Karen Whitaker? I know of a Karen. She was always calling the house and demanding I put Frank on, even after I told her he wasn't at home. Did you know that Karen was a reporter with the Tribune? She had met with Frank to discuss the contents of that file. No, I didn't. Why would she have wanted to speak to Frank about the Water Commission? Aha! That's what the file is about. The construction of the water treatment plant. Uh-oh. You just told me that Frank kept those files secret. He did. He had been acting strangely for weeks. He told me not to worry. So of course I knew something was up. I looked through his office for some clues. Found the file on the treatment plant, but it didn't make much sense to me. I just wished he would have talked to me. Did Frank and Governor Johnson work closely together? Of course, he was on the board with Frank. Governor Johnson was the commissioner-chief. Everything went through him. Every decision would have had to have his green lights. He wanted something done his way, even if Frank didn't agree. Was there much they didn't agree on? I know Frank wasn't a saint, but when it came to work, his decisions were always to help the many. I think Governor Johnson was more worried about the few. That is, himself. Thank you for your time. Anything I can do to help, Detective? Okay. That's a bunch. Frank's schedule. Monday visiting hours, 11 through 8. Ward 2, Mr. Davies, Mrs. Martinez, Mr. Walker. Wait. She was also going to the hospital, Ward 2. Wednesday, Waste Collectors Unions meeting, 10:30. Thursday, visiting hours, Ward 5, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Allen. Saturday, visiting hours, 9 to 11:30, 1 to 8. Mrs. Walker, Mrs. Carter. Lunch with Rosemary, 12 o'clock. Do not forget. What's this? Frank's file. Missing FD 00161 006147 paper. Wait, is that the paper that was missing from the file? Is that what you mean? Did she steal the file? Did she have someone steal the file? Okay, let's rotate. Nothing new from this angle. And nothing down in the corner. Okay, let's rotate again. Nope. Nope. And again. Okay. Move these two over here. Move him up here. Assume this. Move these two. Oh, these two up here. Oops. Okay. and move the plastic bag over here. Plastic bag is still the murder weapon. Mark is still the killer. Hospital visits related to that. Frank's files related to that. And that. Governor looking after his own interests. Hospital visits. Frank's schedule, that. Frank's files. Didn't realize Karen was a journalist. Working on something big. Numerous hospital visits. Let's move that too. Suffocated in her car. Mark killed her. Rosemary claims that this is related to that. And okay. Let's talk to her again. I found some hospital appointments in Frank's diary, some previous and others in the coming days. Was he sick? No, not at all. Frank would regularly visit patients at the hospital. His campaign team thought it would look good. Frank wanted to do it anyway. He was a good man. Who was he going to see? He wanted to see those that had been affected by the increase of sickness in the town. It seemed like he was at the hospital more than anywhere else. Like an outbreak or something? Oh, I don't think it was as bad as that. Frank just wanted to help people. There was something he could do, no matter what the cost. He loved to be the knight in shining armor. We have reason to believe that Karen's investigation led to her death. Is there anything else you can tell me about what you saw in that file? I wish there was. I really didn't see much. If she was investigating Frank, and he knew, he never said. I think by the end, Frank didn't trust anyone, not even me. Thank you. Frank wanted to help everyone, and that's why he visited the hospital. Frank didn't trust anyone, and that's because of this. And governor looking after his own interests, which is related to the Water Commission, which is related to Mark. This is connected to that, and to that. And I connected her to the hospital visits already. Okay, I guess now I need to talk to Nate to actually connect things. If it wasn't for Rosemary poking around, we would still be in the dark about that file. Although we still have no idea who actually has it now. Someone is working hard to bury this report, and that would be the governor looking after his own interests. And Frank doesn't trust anyone, and it's missing, and Frank wanted to help everyone, and Frank wanted to help everyone collided with the governor looking after his own interests. Sounds like Frank and the governor weren't seeing eye to eye while on the board. Doesn't surprise me to hear that the governor was only out to help himself. What could he have got out of the water treatment plant? Surely it would benefit everyone. You'd think that, but I've seen firsthand how he twists things for his own agenda. Firsthand? I didn't realize you and the governor had worked so close together. I wouldn't say that. Being on the wrong side of his deals is hardly working together. I don't think Rosemary's lying to us about what she knows. Rosemary's in the dark about all this. She is the only person I'd rule out. In the dark is probably the safest place for her to be right now. Karen knew too much and got on the wrong side of the wrong people. She was silenced because of it. Nate, the conspiracy theorist, may have been right after all. I think we have everything we're going to get from Rosemary. Let's head back. Karen was silenced. Actually, let's move that up and zoom in. Karen was silent. Oh, I didn't mean to move it again. Karen was silenced because the governor is looking after his own interests, and numerous hospital visits related to government work. Wait, did I connect? I didn't connect those. Frank wanted to help everyone. Increase sickness. And suffocated in her car. Mark killed Karen. Okay, I'm sure I'm missing something, but I'm gonna be okay with this. I missed one thing. Dang it. I did really well this case. But yeah, it was kind of short. The other cases have been over 2 hours. On Friday, I guess I was dumb because it was actually over 3. I think we should pay John Riley a visit in the prison. Oh no, are you gonna add more locations? Something just isn't adding up, not knowing what we need to do. Not now knowing what we do. Right now, we don't know how deep this goes. It seems like Karen was on the same track, and look what happened to her. We want the truth. We need to track down this Mark. Now more than ever. Just had reports of a fire in town. Fire? Let the fire department deal with that. We have more to deal with here. Not when it's Frank Daniels' office. Oh. To be continued. Oh, it's a new case now. Okay. A little bit, but I also think this case was shorter. Captain Merrick on the phone. Detective Clark. Captain Merrick, how can I help you? I was hoping we could have a little chat about, well, you know full well what we need to talk about. Don't mention FD 6147. Karen Whitaker's murder has taken center stage and is our priority right now. Our priority is what I tell you it is, and I'm telling you Officer Houston is ours. Yes, sir. While speaking with Clancy Brown at the Tribune office, we both noticed he seemed particularly defensive about certain matters. I'm sure that partner of yours tried to spin you his web of lies and theories. I'm not sure what you mean, sir. I bet he couldn't contain himself being face-to-face with Clancy Brown again. Perhaps you aren't the detective I thought you would be. It would be a shame to see such a high-flying cadet lose her first posting in a matter of weeks. Sir. Oh, you ass. Trophy earned. Episode 5 completes. So case 8 is going to be a big one where we connect like all of this. Oh, that was nifty. cease the fire. DCA headquarters, Police Plaza, 8:45 a.m. Okay, I'm gonna go take a super quick bathroom break, and we will continue with case 6 after that, so be right back. Okay, let's go. You got a real fan there. Oh yeah, he was just asking about the case. I know. I'm just janking your chain. Anyway, still no update with Frank's office. We'll have to wait to get in there. So I called the prison to speak to John Riley in the meantime. And he's dead. He's dead. Apparent suicide. Told them not to touch anything at the crime scene. We would be there ASAP. Now let's get moving. I had not read the spoiler. I just figured that out all on my own. State Penitentiary, City Boundary, 10 a.m. The men's prison shower block was not where I saw myself being this morning. Don't imagine the warden will be thrilled we're here either. He won't like us sniffing around, but we need to look for ourselves. Let's not waste any time then. Hi, sir. Mr. Cromwell, I'm Detective Clark, and this is my partner, Detective Houston. You got here faster than I expected. You are aware this was a suicide. An apparent suicide, yes. As detectives, we can't just rely on what we have been told. Would you mind answering some questions? If you are quick. How could this have happened with no witnesses? You'll have to read my incident report. It's on the stool. Everything is in there. I find it hard to believe your policy is to allow inmates to be alone in the showers. Can assure you that if a guard had been present, this wouldn't have happened. What can you tell us about him? What's he been like since he's been here? He is a murderer, a dangerous criminal. You know that. I don't know what else there is to say. What, did he mix with anyone? Was there anyone that took a particular dislike to him? This is a prison, not a schoolyard. He was a prisoner like everyone else. Did anyone come to visit John? He had a couple of visitors, surprising really. A reporter, Karen something, and a male. Mark Tripp, I think his name was. Karen Whitaker? That's her. My men won't forget her in a hurry. It was one question after another. She said she wanted to speak to him in private, but that's not our policy. I'd appreciate the footage of both visits. If anything else comes to light, you know where we are. Okay, so both she and Mark visited the murder victim. It was not a suicide. Let's connect that. And here's his statement. Okay, I guess I need to investigate the body first. Ceramic fragments on sole of shoe, ligature marks on neck, friction marks on wrists. Okay, let's move this over here. Why does he have friction marks on his wrists? Sir. The ligature marks I can understand. Towel. You're gonna put that all the way over there. Okay, let's put this here, I guess. Or friction marks could also be from the towel. Makeshift knife. Blood. Let's scooch that over here. And well, I can talk to Nate. Oh, now I can grab the report, right. 6:16 a.m. Minimum security wing, shower block B. John Riley. Prisoner number A258. Officer on duty found prisoner John Riley hanged in the shower block B. Inmate found hanging by the neck from tied towel. Inmate was declared dead on scene. CPR not administered. No other persons found at scene. Details of inmate's psychological report and noted erratic behavior to be included. Refer to doctor's report. Injury type deceased. Body to be removed by coroner ASAP. Approved by Warden Harry Cromwell. Signed HC. Incident report. Signed by him. Found hanging by the towel. Dangerous criminal in a minimum security wing. And a dangerous criminal receiving visitors. I guess that's not unlikely. Okay, let's rotate. Aha, footprint. Shoe print on cracked tile. Why do you put it all the way down there? No, I meant to actually connect those two as well. And incident report. What about the knife and the blood? Can you tell me about that? Anything else? Oh, there's something else. What's that? Knotted shoelaces. Well, that is the friction marks on his wrists. Did I connect those two already? I did not. Anything else over here? Not from this angle. Let's turn it around again. No. No. And this water doesn't exist. And no. Okay, let's turn it this way. Hi, sir. Is it normal for a convicted murderer to be moved to a minimum security wing? We are here to rehabilitate. If they behave, they can be put on a work detail or moved wing, reducing their sentence. And you felt it was appropriate to put a dangerous criminal in the least secure part of the prison. John showed good behavior. I don't need to justify my decisions to you. It's been like 2 weeks. If anything else comes to light, you know where we are. Moved for good behavior. I do not believe that. So let's connect that to that, and that, and that. And warden, and that, I guess. Well, psychological issues would connect with suicide and erratic behavior. Can I turn him around? Or is there anything? Why is the knife here? What did you find? What do you make of the marks on John's wrists? I've seen marks like those before on victims after being restrained. Couldn't have done this to himself. There are obvious signs of a struggle. I can't see another way there would be a footprint on the wall. So the question is, who was he struggling with? If it was another inmate, why would Gordon have just said? Bleh. Maybe he wasn't an inmate. Why would there be a knife at the scene of a suicide? That's meant to look like a suicide. We need to get the blood on the blade tested. Maybe it can tell us who else was there. We searched the whole scene. We can't afford to miss anything. Fought back. Blood. Makeshift knife. Unknown assailant. Blood. And makeshift knife. And restrained. Friction marks. Shoelaces. I still don't have more questions for you. Okay, if I connect them directly to him, fought back, shoe print. Well, why would you move someone with erratic behavior to a minimum security wing? Either way. Can you really say that someone has psychological issues and erratic behavior but still have good behavior? I feel that's a contradiction. There we go. It was. Fought back and restrained, maybe? Well, I did. Okay. Interesting how Harry said John showed good behavior, and yet the incident report flags his behavior as erratic. If he was so erratic, moving him to a less secure part of the prison would only put others, and potentially himself, at risk. Sounds suspicious to me. Something just doesn't add up. Anything else you need from Harry? If not, let's get out of here. Well, I think there is. Move was suspicious. Erratic behavior. Cover up, yes. Incident report. Mood for good behavior. So what was he killed with? Well, that's still the towel. I'm pretty sure. But who killed him? Unknown assailant killed him. I think this is it. Oh, I missed 2 deductions? Ow. Dang it. Police Plaza, DCA headquarters, 11:30 p.m. I've been looking over the camera footage from both visits. Nothing worth reporting from Karen's. In Mark's visit, I saw you circulated a shot of his face already. Good thinking. Harry failed to disclose the fact that John attacked Mark across the table. He had to be restrained by the guards. I'd say that was worth mentioning, especially since he's on good behavior and was moved to minimum security. He must have said something John didn't want to hear, and if he's the same Mark that saw Karen, then there's no ignoring the bigger picture. Have you heard back from the fire crew about Frank's office yet? Uniform have just made it in the building. Should get over there, see the damage for ourselves. Okay, well, I want to go to Connie and show the picture of Mark. Can we do that? No? Fine. We don't do that. At least not yet. Frank Daniels' office, State House, Midtown, 3 p.m. Huh. When we spoke to Rosemary, she said about Frank's government-related files, potentially the missing FD 006147 file. That's a different format than before. We should have a look for anything that may be connected, if anything survived. I was speaking to a reporter and was going to whistleblow. He must have kept some evidence to use, and my bet is it's here. Hi. Miss Rapinoe, thank you for meeting us here. I understand seeing the office in this state can't be a very pleasant sight. She just told us that she's a Mrs. Why do you call her a Miss? I can barely even recognize the place, but how can I be of any help? I was hoping you would be able to make sense of a few things. Of course. Do you have any idea how the fire could have started? I've been telling them for months that the electrics need to be looked at. Why wasn't anything done about it? Apparently they were in the process of getting fixed as part of the renovations. Can you tell me where you were when the fire started? I was in the break room at the time. There was only a few of us up here. Since the renovation started, there aren't many people about, workmen mostly. When the alarms went off, you all evacuated. We headed straight for the fire escape. I could see the smoke coming out of Frank's office. Practically everything was destroyed. Did you see anyone else on the floor? There was an electrician, would you believe? He was working down the hall on the wiring. A painter. I saw him heading out of the fire escape in front of us. There must have been a schedule for who was going to be on site and when. The movers started last week and were meant to be finishing up today. That explains all the boxes. The electricians are in this week and the decorators next week. Thank you for your time, Ms. Rapinoe. We'll be in touch if we need anything else. Okay, do we have a picture of Mark that we can show her? Electrician works this week. Decorator would be painter, right? Faulty electrics. Most documents destroyed. The FD file. You said you saw workmen in painter's overalls. Didn't you say they weren't due until next week? Oh, that's right. Do you think you would recognize him if you saw him again? I don't know. I only saw him for a second and he had a painter's mask on. I'm sorry. Okay, thanks anyway. Painting mask. Campaign poster, health first. Frank Daniels. Oh, come on. There. Opinion piece. A fighting town, a defeated leader. Over the years, we have faced a number of defining moments, and with every challenge, we have come together and fought, scrapped, and clawed our way through. I've always known that it is the community that holds this town together. Now I fear we have reached a point of make or break that could derail everything we have worked so hard to build. We have seen mayors and governors come and go. Never has one been as detrimental as Governor Noah Johnson. Instead of investigating valuable funds into struggling areas, building our economy, and benefiting the community, he chose to push the limited resources into an unnecessary water treatment plant, all in the name of progress. His policies lie in the pockets of business partners and colleagues, not to mention his own, and offer nothing more than a job at a half-rate plant to the hard-working people who made this town what it is. We have always known what is best for us and our community. Now we must stand together and do what is right and watch the mighty fall. Frank Daniels. Wow. Okay, well, let's move all of these up a little. To here. And campaign poster, opinion piece. No, I am fine. There and that. And let's move the painter over here. And the electrician over here. Oh, fine. Let's move Karen first, I guess. Over here. And, well, that's a good spot for the electrician, I guess. And Frank is connected to... Oh, I didn't want to move Frank. Let's do that. Sure. Now, Frank is connected to Nadine. And that. And the file. And Karen. Opinion piece. Sounds like something that goes in a paper, which is connected to Karen. Okay. Metallic lighter. Oh, not an accident. Burn trail. But I do want to link those. Accident, faulty electrics, metallic lighter, and burn trail means it's not faulty electrics. And what is this? Burnt pile of books. Why do you insist on putting them all the way on the other? There. Furniture moved. The books were still there. Most documents destroyed. I can talk to him. I don't see anything else here. Let's rotate. Oh, there's something. Undamaged plug socket. Which absolutely means it wasn't the electrics. And I don't see anything else. And I also don't see anything pulsing. So no hidden item, I don't think. Maybe. Okay, let's turn it again. Okay, fine. Let's talk to Nate. What did you find? Anything useful? I'm no expert, but it doesn't look like there's any damage to the sockets. At least anything that would start a fire. It seems too much of a coincidence for a fire to have started, especially inside a currently unused office. Fire in an office that belonged to a politician that was whistleblowing, and we find a discarded lighter. That's no coincidence. I doubt we'll be able to get any prints off of it, not in this condition. The fuse trail leads straight to the pile of books. If anything would help fuel a fire, it's a stack of paper. Could they have known about the potential faulty electrics and made it look like an accident? Whether they knew about the electrics or not, this has arson written all over it. Any other clues? Let's get this wrapped up. No electrical issues. Yes. Arson. Because that. And the burn trail. You know, let's just move this. What is that? And no, not there. That. And so the painter is the who, and the why is now I just need to figure out how to get the why. Can I connect those two? I can. And now that. You've been a great help so far. Could I ask another couple of questions? Of course. Can you tell me about these campaign materials? He hadn't gone public with it yet, but he was going to be running for governor. He wanted to make a real difference. Was Governor Johnson aware of Frank's intentions? I heard a conversation between them a few days before Frank died. It didn't sound very friendly. Do you think that was Frank telling him? I think so. The next morning he said that Governor Johnson was in for a rude awakening come election day. Thank you for your time, Mr. Rapinoe. We'll be in touch if we need anything else. Okay, so that becomes a motive. And documents destroyed. There. That. Let's connect those two as well. Frank is already connected with those. Painter, painting mask. Let's connect those. And those. And that. And that. Campaign poster arson. Attacking governors arson. Okay, I'm missing something because I don't have the motive yet. Did Karen and Nadine, were they in contact at all? Can I? No, I can't move without a Y. Metallic lighter, painter. Did the electrician see the painter? Furniture moved. Most documents destroyed. Most documents destroyed and Frank. Karen and most documents destroyed. That's connected to... Okay, let's ask Natalie about that file. Nadine, I mean. I don't know where I got Natalie from. That's already connected. Oh, I have... Okay. I missed that. What did you find? Anything useful? Any evidence of exactly what the FD file might contain? Gone. All we have now are his campaign materials, and we aren't going to find anything incriminating in those. We know that Karen's killer has the original FD file that Frank gave her. And any hope of finding a copy of it in this pile of ash is less than slim. Any other clues? Let's get this wrapped up. Okay, so now I got copies destroyed. Most documents destroyed. Destroying files is the reason. And that's arson. And Frank is attacking the governor. And they did succeed in doing that. And that. I think this is good enough. Yes. Ooh! A+. Nice. I don't think I'll be able to keep going with that, though. And I did already miss something in the prison. The blood results from the makeshift knife at the prison is in, and it's not John's. So there was a second person at the scene. John wasn't the smallest guy. It might have taken more than one to restrain him. Potentially a group of inmates, one with a knife wound, and yet the prison warden still knows nothing. Or at least not saying. And what about Mark Tripp? If he's the same Mark that went to the Hunter's Lodge to see Karen, Connie is the only one that saw him. She will be able to confirm it. Aha! Speaking of Connie, while we were at Frank's office, she called the station. Brian, Karen's contact she was meant to meet. I remember. He brought Connie something that she thought would be relevant. Let's go over there. Yes, let's. "6:30 p.m. Connie might be able to fill in some of the gaps. She's the only one that can link Mark Tripp to Karen. Oh, I'm stuck. Hi. Nice to see you again, Miss Malm. Connie, please. Thanks for coming back. Thank you for calling. Anything you may have could be of help. I'm not sure what more I can tell you. Is there anything else that was off about Karen in the days leading up to her death? She couldn't switch off from work. She was even using the phone here to make work calls. Oh, talking to who? She never said, just that they were all connected to what she was investigating. Why was she using the phone here? She didn't trust who was listening at the office. She didn't say who or why, though. I'd like to get a copy of your phone's call list. Of course, I found one of her notebooks with some scribbles in it. Means nothing to me, but maybe you can make some sense of them. I've got it behind the bar. I understand Brian came to the bar looking for Karen. He had no idea she had been killed. I wasn't expecting him to be so upset, actually. I thought he was just one of her contacts. So did I, until he told me they'd known each other for a while. He had helped her with a story when she first moved here. She even helped him out with his hospital bill. Hospital bill? That must have set her back. He had been for some tests and brought the results here because he thought it would help with her investigation. That's why I called you guys. Aha! The water treatment plant is... It's Aaron Brockovich, basically. I'd like you to have a look at this photograph. That's him, the man who came in for Karen that night. Have you caught him? Not yet. We believe he may be involved in another open case. Now we know for sure he's connected to Karen, too. Thank you. You've been a great help. Okay. Is it relevant, really, still, that she's her ex-lover when there are other things that are super irrelevant? Karen's notebook. Wednesday, hospital contact 2. Predicted monthly death 2% plus max. Actual 5%. Most common symptoms: high blood pressure, numbness, jaundice, kidney organ failure. Why? Thursday, Frank, 4:30. WTP, saved 25K on material contracts. Pipes, JP Phillips, 10K. Wiring, Morgan & Co., 12K. Brick, Jarvis & Jarvis, 3K. Friday, Sean Jarvis, 3:30. Cancelled. I feel like we should have gotten more points from that. Like, Jarvis. What's his name? But okay, I guess. Oh, I saw you. Hi. Hidden item in episode 6. I only have one more. The one in episode 7. And I get one person's outfit. And the one in level 8, I get another person's outfit. Abnormal lead levels in blood. New dialogue unlocked. Thank you. Looking for care. Health officials. Brian's medical reports. Oh, come on. Are they already connected? Is that it? Oh, yeah, that's it. Karen and Brian are friends. Didn't know Karen was killed. Okay, before we talk to Nate, let's rotate. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but, well, I'm just that great. I didn't mean for that to rhyme either, but yeah, there you have it. I don't see anything new. Not there either. Hi Ash, welcome. You missed an entire case, but that's okay because it connects back to the one we're working on already, and it connects back to the first case, and slightly to basically all the other cases in one way or another. The water treatment plant is causing health issues. And a reporter that was about to reveal it got murdered. It was a free case. So the guy that killed the politician was murdered in prison. The reporter that was about to reveal the entire water treatment plant thing was murdered by the same guy that visited the murderer from the first case in prison. And of course they had to have, this is the reporter's lesbian lover, former lesbian lover, and I feel like I'm forgetting something, but let's talk to Nate. And you can see the map. Karen had proof that there had been some cost cutting during the construction of the water plant. Even with cheaper materials, the construction would still need the necessary health and safety sign-offs. Oh, they were excess, and it was just super brief. They would have been signed off at the start when everything was fine, but could the materials affect the water quality in the long run? I imagine so. Who knows how often they make inspections? That's all for now. We must be missing something. Yes, we are. So if I go back to... Oh, right. Karen's notebook. So right here, WTP saved 25K on material costs. Both pipes, wiring, and brick. But Sean Jarvis of Jarvis & Jarvis did not want to meet with us. He canceled the meeting. And yeah, high blood pressure, numbness, jaundice, kidney organ failure due to lead poisoning. And we know it's lead poisoning because we have Brian's medical report here, which we don't actually get to see, but it's in the thing right here. Water quality standards affected. Goes there. Abnormal lead levels in blood goes there as well. So we haven't met Brian or Mark, but Mark killed Karen. We know this. An FD here stands for Frank. But Frank is apparently no longer a person here. He just like generally exists. Now we just need to connect a few more dots and get the why. Karen's notebook belongs to Karen. I can't zoom out anymore. This is as good as it's gonna get. Hang on, let me just, okay, that one, and now this one. Okay, fine. Let's connect Connie and Karen as well. And now I have more things to say to Nate. If the water quality standards weren't met or dropped over time, could that explain the high levels of lead in Brian's report? I don't know how else he could get levels of lead that high. We must be missing something. Is that a why? Water-based lead poisoning. Well, that links to that. And that. And that. And that. And that. And that. There we go. Raised levels of lead in the blood would make you very sick very quickly. And if not treated ASAP, there's not much chance of fighting its effects. We only have proof of one case. If we're going to accuse someone, we need to get more evidence. We have more evidence. Both Karen and Frank were visiting people at the hospital. One case in what could already be a widespread problem. At least now we have some proof besides what could be in the FD 6147 file. Ready? Let's get wrapped up here. And led to widespread problem. and there, and there. Uncovering connections. And I think we're gonna be done here. Ooh, I missed 2? Dang it. Fine. Police Plaza, 7:30. I got the list of calls Karen had made at the bar from Connie before we left. Frank's office, a payphone, and the prison. Multiple calls to each. She was really doing her homework. Keeping what she learned away from the office. I'm not surprised. I did find it. You think it was Clancy she didn't want to hear. Surely if she was researching a story like that, he would support her. If it affects him, he'll do anything to hide the truth. And now Clancy, the editor of the Tribune, is involved with corruption and murder. Are you surprised? Your words. I think we should at least get over there and have another chat with him. We know what we are looking for now. Maybe we missed something of Karen's last time we were there. I did. I missed 2 pieces of evidence last time there. At least I think that was where I missed it. So I have a feeling that case 7 is also going to be semi-short, and then case 8 is going to be super long. We get what we can from him, and then we get out. Deal? I know Clancy isn't your favorite person, but surely you can put up with him or question it. Let's just make it quick. Okay, so what's-her-face is gone? Oh, never mind, she's in there. And I guess we need to talk to him before we can do anything else. Officer Clark, you're here. Again. I won't take up too much of your time. Any more than what you already have. Make it fast. Understand Karen was making calls outside of the office because she didn't trust someone here. So she thought she was in the middle of some Russian spy drama. A little far-fetched, don't you think? Sounds to me like she didn't trust her boss. If that's the excuse she wanted to use to avoid doing her work in the office, so be it. She still kept you in the loop, though. She had something big to tell you. All my reporters think they have something big. You learn to take things with a pinch of salt. And your working relationship with her? It was what you said, a working relationship. Everything was fine, like it is with everyone. Appreciate you talking with me. Well, there's nothing in his office. Now he's got that weird shadow. Like, look at him. He's got an aura, and the desk has an aura too. And that piece of paper is not on the desk. This entire room has auras all of a sudden. Huh. I go, well, let's go in here and talk to her. Nice to see you, Ophelia. Officer, you're back again. Have you found Karen's killer yet? We're getting close. With your help, we could find them faster. What do you need? How have things been in the office? It's been pretty tense. Mr. Brown wasn't too happy with me after your last visit. I should keep my mouth shut in the future. And why is that? They said you were just sniffing around for anything and I shouldn't give you any ammo to use against us. You telling us the truth, that's all we ask. You've been a great help, thank you. No issues in the office, my ass. Journalist, editor, let's link those two, I guess. Okay, now I locked something else with her, good. A couple more questions. What do you need? Karen seemed nervous to talk in the office. Any ideas why? I wouldn't have said nervous. Mr. Brown would have his moments. Karen did start taking the brunt of it. What happened? Why was it directed at her? No idea. Something happened though. We could all see it. She was a star reporter, then she wasn't. Has Mr. Brown been acting differently with anyone else? He's been a lot snappier with all of us. He told me to clear out Karen's desk, which I thought was a bit soon. I don't think the boss's interference has helped. They've been here at the office? They only ever call, but it's non-stop. It would be a long way to come from City Hall. City Hall? Why would they be coming from there? Calls always came from an internal number there. I might have checked his calls once or twice. Good girl. You've been a great help. Again, thank you. Okay, now we can investigate. Interview transcript. Oh, she interviewed... Oh, no, that's Karen's. Okay. Okay, so walk me through what happened when you arrived at the house. Like I said, I was only meant to get the file. Aha! It was meant to be an easy job, in and out, no fuss. The office window wasn't supposed to be locked. Let me get this straight. You were hired to break into Frank Daniels' home and steal a file? Did you know what was in it? Yeah, that's right. I didn't care what was in it. I'm smart enough to know not to ask questions. It can't have been worth the man's life, though. Once you were in, then what? He must have heard the window smash. I didn't want to hurt him. I wasn't meant to hurt him, but he wouldn't back down. Oh, shit. Paid to steal the FD file. And what else do we have? Oh, something in the trash. Draft article. New jobs, old regime. Our town has been given a new lease of life at the cost of our lives. Last year's construction of the water treatment plant saw what many thought would be a new dawn for the town, the sun rising over the years of a struggling economy. But recent reports show an increase in worker absences from not only the plant itself, but across all industries and areas, with over 65% stating symptoms of a sickness that is plaguing our town. Official figures released this week show that hospital visits are up. This month's death rate has increased by 5%, and with no explanation, doctors are baffled as to the origin of the virus. Virus? It's lead. Lead poisoning isn't a virus. When questioned on the matter, chairman of the Water Treatment Board and main activist behind its construction, Governor Johnson, declined to make an official statement. Is this another sign of those in positions of power feeding their pockets more than their people? How many more must lose their lives before a council and government see the light and bring us out of this dark age of corruption? By Karen Whitaker. I wonder what she was murdered for. Could not at all have been that article. Death rates are up. Doesn't really link to anything else. What's over here? Published article. Oh, that's a very different version. That's a very different version. I wonder what happened there. It's almost as if the editor edited. Oh no, wait, editor is there. The article. Conflict about the article. Conflict. Interference from City Hall about the official figures and the published article and the death rate and the draft and that. let's move John to over here. And paid to steal a file. Over here. And nervous to talk. Oh, oops. Nervous to talk. There. And interference from City Hall. And is there anything else? I have new dialogue options with someone, but I haven't finished rotating. This way, right? Yes. Okay, so I have no new dialogue options with her, but I do have new dialogue options with him. So let's go do that. Interesting. Can you tell me why Karen's article was so heavily edited? You are aware that I'm the editor. That's my job. I understand that, but don't you think the people deserve to know the truth? Of course, it's the evil boss. Didn't you think it might have been because the facts weren't the truth? Karen willingly used incorrect data? I wouldn't say incorrect, just exaggerated, and it wouldn't be the first time. Thank you for your help. If you hear anything. If I hear anything, you'll be the first person to know. Sure. I feel honored. I feel like he was sarcastic. Karen exaggerated her findings, but we have official figures. And he edited the article, which we've already locked in. And file here. Okay, I have no new conversations with him. Let's go over and check Ophelia again. Turning the camera. Nope. Fine. I guess I'll talk to Nate. Anything worth mentioning? Clancy was rather defensive, don't you think? Even more than usual? If he speaks to the cops that way, I can only imagine how he speaks to staff. Would explain Karen's recent distrust of him if she wouldn't want him watching over her shoulder, interfering. We only have Clancy's word about Karen exaggerating figures. I can't see it, but why would he lie? Out of the two, which one has the friends in high places that could be affected by the truth going public? When you put it like that... John was hired to steal a file from Frank's home, and there is only one file that I know of that has so much controversy surrounding it. For someone to think that Frank was hiding it at his home instead of the office must know how important it is. That sentence feels off. Meaning it's someone that's involved, someone directly linked with a water treatment plant wanting to cover up the evidence. Any clues left to find? Let's wrap things up. Who is a key player? I'm gonna say him. And the motive is concealing the truth. Because he claims Karen exaggerated her findings. And John paid to steal a file. Nervous to talk at the office because of said interference. Worried about Clancy's involvement because of said interference. And Karen and Clancy are linked. And they are linked. Official figures. Concealing the truth. I don't know if we need anything else, but I feel like I've missed something. Evidence of water treatment plant. Let's link that as well, I guess. And link that and that. And that. And interference. I think I have everything. Let's just keep going. Ow! Okay, that was terrible. Clancy is taking orders from City Hall. I think it's time we spoke with his friend, Governor Johnson. Doing just what he's told doesn't surprise me one bit with Clancy. Governor seems to be connected to everyone. We need to find that piece of damning proof that ties it all together. It won't be as easy as that, but maybe he will slip up and give us something. Something's better than nothing. Is this the final room of the case? It is. Huh. I mean, I wasn't going to get an A+ anyway, so it's not that big a deal. I'll let you take the lead. Just remember who you're dealing with. He's going to have an answer for everything. Don't worry, I've got this. Hello, sir. Oh. Of course. Governor, thank you for seeing us. I appreciate how busy you must be. You must be Detective Clark. I see you brought your partner with you. Detective Houston. Yes, I'm familiar with Mr. Houston. So you'd be happy to answer a few questions. Anything for boys in blue. He says to a woman. I mean, I know it's an expression, but it's outdated. I assume you're now aware of John Riley's death? His suicide, you mean. A coward's way out, if you ask me. Suits him perfectly. I don't know if that's something you'd want to say publicly. Second-rate criminal that broke in and shot a well-respected man dead in his home. He deserves nothing. I assume you've heard about Karen Whitaker's death, too. When was the last time you had contact with her? If you have something to say, Detective Clark, you can go right ahead and ask. We found an article that was due to be published that showed she had spoken with you recently. And you think I had something to do with her death? We were just talking with those she spoke with on the days leading up to her death. I wouldn't say I got much of a chance to speak. She pestered my office for an interview, which quickly turned into an interrogation. Have you heard the name Mark Tripp before? Can't say that I have. I believe he was involved with the murder of Karen Whitaker and also the fire at Frank Daniels' office. I wouldn't be associated with a man like that. Perhaps you should be out looking for him. I can assure you we are doing what we can to find him. I think that's all for now. Thank you. You have been most helpful. Oh, what's that on your desk? Photo of Governor and the Warden. I am entirely unsurprised. Okay, let's not move that. Let's just do this and this and this. And Warden isn't here. John got what he deserved. Karen pestered the governor for an interview. Orders from City Hall goes up here. That there. And he didn't like that. And Clancy is connected to Karen. And Karen is connected to Frank. And Karen is also connected to John. And I guess we could also do this. And okay, let's just stand right here. Do you have time for some more questions? Anything for our boys in blue. The article that Karen spoke with you about, the extent of sickness and death rates have been conveniently left out before being published. What exactly does that have to do with me? Someone in City Hall appears to have had a lot of influence over what was removed from it. You make it sound as though I had a secret agenda. You did. You're saying you didn't? My agenda is for the truth to be told. People trust the news. You shouldn't be spoon-fed lies when there isn't a story to tell in the first place. I didn't know you were such good friends with Warden Cromwell. And why would you? You have a lot of well-placed friends. Mr. Cromwell at the prison, Mr. Brown at the Tribune. In my position, you make a lot of friends. You also make a lot of enemies. People that will twist the truth to make you out to be the villain. Am I supposed to take that as a jab? Anyone you'd like to mention? I don't think airing my dirty laundry is appropriate right now. Do you, Detective? Thank you. You have been most helpful. Again. Still. Governor requested an amendment. Let's do that. And let's do that. And let's do that. And that. And connect them as well. And connect them, of course. And is there anything else in here? I am thoroughly unsurprised that he has a water cooler. Completely unsurprised. Oh, there we have something. Photo of governor breaking ground at water treatment plant. Uh-huh. Okay, let's just scooch this up a little. And there. And there. And that. That isn't actually a thing in the corner over there, because that's 2 copies of that picture. But we do have more questions for him now. Okay, let's rotate again. Nothing on that wall. I kind of like this painting, gotta say. And rotate. Okay. You've done a great service to this town building the water treatment plants. Thank you. It's always good to hear your hard work has been appreciated. Could you tell me about the reasons behind the contract changes and use of cheaper materials? Detective Clark, I promised this town I'd create new jobs and make savings where I could for improvements elsewhere. I did that. I understand that. I just wanted to ask you about that. It never ceases to amaze me how people twist things to find something negative. Did what I promised. End of story. Okay. Screw you. He does the opposite and puts economy ahead of health. And scooch that down a little. And now connect those. And I guess we're not done. Were you aware of Frank Daniels' campaign promise to put health first? Dig at me and my policies, no doubt. Look, politics is full of backstabbing and calculated plans. It's just something I have to deal with. So Frank's article was just an attempt to undermine you. Frank had a good heart and intentions, in the public eye at least. Whatever you think you know about him, his career always came first. I achieved what I wanted for this town, and as hard as he tried, he couldn't change that. Oh, never mind. That was already connected. Okay, Nate. Let's talk. That didn't go exactly to plan. He knew just what to say to keep his name out of anything suspicious. Didn't bat an eyelid when I mentioned John or Karen. This won't be the first time he's been put on the spot. He knows what he's doing. Then we need to find an angle he can't wiggle out of. What are you thinking? I've been thinking about the governor's connection and John's death. Okay? He told us himself that he's good friends with Harry Cromwell, so we know Harry would have his back. What are you getting at? What if John O'Reilly's unnecessary move to minimum security came as a request from him? Friendly favor. Harry would have the power to make that move, no questions asked. And John was no longer surrounded by guards 24/7. Anyone would be able to get to him. And they did. I think you're onto something. Unless he has anything else for us, let's get out of here. Oh, it was this one. I wanted to... Oh, never mind. That was already connected. Those aren't connected. And I really should have connected these two, because that's who killed him. Governor called in a friendly favor. I don't think I'm missing anything, so let's just do this. I missed one thing, gosh darn it. DCA headquarters, Police Plaza, 8:30 p.m. With nothing from the governor, where do we go from here? I'm not sure. It would be easier if it wasn't just the two of us. What about Merrick? He's captain. He'll know what to do. Girl, are you really that dumb? Yes. We can do this ourselves. We don't need to involve him. We're going to need someone with authority on our side if we're suggesting the governor's involved. Talk about being wrapped around a finger. What does he have on you? What do you mean? Not all of us has something to hide. Come on, out with it. I was only suggesting we tell our superior about what we have found, you know, what we're meant to do. We're supposed to be partners, and you're hiding something. If I can't trust you either... Okay, fine. I will tell you. I'm sorry, but it's not what you think. Merrick asked. He asked you to do what? He wanted me to report anything out of the ordinary with you, but he never told me why. Don't play dumb. I knew there was something going on. I really didn't think you would fit so comfortably in his pocket. It's not like that. I didn't tell him anything outside the case. Sent down here to babysit me. What exactly have you told him? Only what we've been investigating, I swear. Told you I didn't need a partner. Look, I'm sorry. You know now, though. Merrick obviously thinks there's something worth watching you for. What haven't you told me? After all this, why would I tell you anything? We're meant to be partners. Total honesty. Do I not deserve that? think we both do. Do. To be continued. Well, that's still not going to be an A+. We are going to take a tiny mini break again because I need to powder my nose yet again. And then we'll continue with case 7, right? Yeah. Suddenly the game is wrapping up very quickly, I feel like. But we'll see. We'll see if we get to case 8 today or if we end at 7. Anyway, BRB. Hi. Sorry, I was chewing. I stopped in the kitchen and grabbed a piece of brie. And I thought it would be rude to chew in your ear. Case 7. Episode 7. Chapter 7. What did they call it? The Hammer and the Chain. DCA headquarters, Police Plaza. I didn't see what time it was, but sure. If this partnership is going to work, we have to be honest with each other. I'm not the one that's been lying about some secret assignment this whole time. I'm sorry, I should have said earlier what Merrick asked me to do, but hand on heart, I don't know why he asked me. You have a history that he dragged you into. You deserve to know what your captain is like. You deserve to know the truth. Merrick and I haven't always seen eye to eye. It wasn't until Lou and I were working homicide at Onwin Investment Bank that everything changed. This was in the days before the DCA, but the archive should be accessible on the MMM. M3. I'm Nate. I'm Nate. Wait, is this a flashback case? It is. Ooh. Onwin Investment Bank. 7-1. 8 a.m. What do we have? Body of Michael Dew worked here in the investment bank. Single strike to the head. You had a chance to look around yet? I was waiting for you. Waiting for me to do it, you mean? Oh, hello. Good morning, I'm Detective Houston. I understand you found the victim? I love her dress. That's right, I'm the office secretary. I'm always the first in. Would you mind answering some questions? Okay, what do you need? What can you tell me about the victim? He may just be another victim to you, but he was our friend and colleague. I'm sorry, it must have been very hard for you to find him like this. Did you know him well? Michael was the senior investment manager. He's worked here for years. What else can you tell me about him? He was a hard worker. He was dedicated to his job, even if he did make the odd risky investment. Risky investment? Well, with Michael, they paid off most of the time. Should he have been making risky investments as the senior investment managers? Mr. Arnold liked to see his employees take risks. He saw something in Michael. I suppose you could call him his protege. You said that he was dedicated. Would he have been working late last night? He was still here when I left yesterday. He usually worked later on his own, but he seemed more stressed out recently. I found him looking lost in the file archives recently. I think I startled him. Don't think he was expecting to see me. What was he doing in there? He said he was looking for an old account file, but he didn't want my help to find it. I take it there's some record of who's coming in and out of the building. All employees need to swipe in and out with their personal employee card. That's about it. No security guards? We have no need for any. There's no cash in the office. The standard alarms have always been enough. Never could have expected something like this to happen. Who else would have been around yesterday? The office was full during working hours, like I said. Oh, the office was full during working hours. Like I said, he would have been working later alone. Is there anyone who could confirm he was here? Well, the associates and analysts would have all left by that time. There's the cleaner, Hank. He's here later. And Mr. Onwin. Owner? No, Mr. Onwin Sr. is away on business at the moment. His son, Carl Onwin Jr., he's an investment manager too. Tell me about Hank. He's a nice guy, had a rough past. He's part of the Second Chance program that gives ex-convicts a job. Oh. Mr. Onwin saw it as a great opportunity to help him get back into the workforce. He was happy to have him here. In his business? Mr. Onwin is a trusting man. He has a big heart. But still, to have an ex-convict working in an investment bank, he's only the cleaner, and like I said, there's no cash or anything in the office. He does like a bet, though. Mr. Onwin Sr.? No, Hank. He'll have his headphones on listening to the baseball. I've even caught him once calling his bookmaker from my phone. I told him in no uncertain terms that it was the last time he was to do it. What did the other employees think of him? Got along with most of them all right, I suppose. Michael was very welcoming when he started, although they've been a bit distant recently. Distant? I'm not sure why. It just seemed like there was some tension. Anyone else that Hank was close to? Oddly enough, I saw him leaving with Carl recently. I didn't realize they were friends. Leaving together, that's odd. They were talking about going for a drink. Carl being nice to anyone was odd. What can you tell me about Carl Onwin? Let's just say there aren't many similarities between him and his father except their name. If he's so different from his father, how has he ended up as an investment manager? Don't get me wrong, he's not bad at his job, but he's not the best. He just doesn't seem to care about anything but himself. Something I overheard Mr. Onwin say he wanted to change. Change how, exactly? Well, he was given this job to learn the value of the dollar, make an honest living for himself that wasn't off the family name. But in my opinion, it's only made it worse. That's all for now. You've been a great help. Thank you. That's a lot of information. Okay. So is he... Oh, he's not in there? Do I need to... Oh, there he is. Okay. So I guess I need to investigate the body. blunt force trauma. And there's an open drawer. Right. No, okay. Now can I investigate the open drawer? There we go. Password on notepad. Stack of complaints. Well, there's nothing here from this angle. How about further down here? No. Oh, yes. Hang on. Recent money transfer on Michael's terminal. From Onwin Investment Bank to account number XXX250. Oh, wait. Let's do that and move it up here. Password, recent money transfer. There's nothing up here from this angle, so let's rotate. Still nothing. Wait, I see something behind the flower here. A disc. Can I have that disc, please? No? Maybe not yet. Okay, now there's still nothing down here, but there's something down here. Wooden plinth. Missing plaque. Okay. Let's move those up here. Let's see in the wall. Okay, let's rotate again. Still nothing there. Nothing else here. No. That almost looks like a QR code, but I don't think there's enough info for it to actually work. Like, it looks like a fake QR code. Is there anything else up here? No. I was about to say, well, there's blood on the floor there, but that's just a shadow. Okay. No, I'm trying to talk to Lou, thank you. No, come on. Okay, this drives me a little bonkers. What did you find out? An unlocked desk drawer is not the most secure place to keep a password. If you found it so easily, anyone could have. So you think someone else made the transfer? If they had his password, it would be easy enough to access. We can't rule out that it was Michael just yet, though. Let me see what else I can find out. Stack of complaints. Well, it doesn't say any more than that. Senior investment manager. He's just a manager. Transfer from there. Let's connect those. Potential hack. Protege. Well, that means that they have tension right here. Recent tensions with Michael. More stress than usual. Carl took Hank out for drinks. Likes to gamble. Recent tensions with Michael. also be connected to that. Blunt force trauma. Wooden plinth. Missing plaque. Secretary. I want to know more about these dang complaints. Risky investments and likes to gamble. Often works late. Stack of complaints. Stack of complaints because he's more stressed? Uh-huh. Okay, let's unconnect that for now. Password on notepad. Well, let's do that. And that. Secretary isn't connected to anyone. Do we need her to be? Like, why doesn't she even get a name? That's kind of rude. Well, we have a new conversation, so let's start with that. Would you mind answering another couple questions? Okay, what do you need? How is the company doing, business-wise, I mean? I noticed a stack of complaints. Aha, business is good. There's always going to be those that complain. And those complaints, who dealt with them? It was Michael's job when Mr. Onwin was away. Most of them were just disgruntled that I hadn't made as much money as they were hoping or expected. Maybe that's why he seemed so stressed. Can you tell me about the hierarchy in the office? Mr. Onwin Sr. at the top. Michael was what you would call his right-hand man, a senior investment manager, although he's only officially promoted recently. Then the investment managers and the associates and the analysts that reported to them. And everyone was happy about Michael's promotions. I don't know about happy, but he deserved it, that's for sure. There were no hard feelings between Carl and Michael after his promotion. There were always your standard office rivalry, maybe some jealousy. Carl thought he was a shoo-in for the promotion. I don't think he liked the idea of answering to anyone else, especially with his name above the door. But like I said, Mr. Onwin wanted Carl to make an honest living. Thank you, again. No, you know what? I'm not sure that is actually needed. Okay, well, jealousy. Oh, that one. Jealousy connects to recently promoted. Stack of complaints connects to Michael. Recently promoted often works late. Senior manager recently promoted. Well, this needs to connect to something, but I'm not quite sure where just yet. Often works late. Well, is it that? Aha, yes. Office rivalry. Well, these. Office cleaner. Recent tensions with Michael. Office rivalry. Second chance program. Complaints. I did try that one though. Stack of complaints, recent money transfer. Don't think that's it. And that. Account number. How do I investigate the account? Can I ask her about the account number? Can we ask him about the account number? 2 people, 2 motives. We only have 1 motive. Oh. So I'm guessing that with Michael's work ethic, he was usually the last to swipe out of the office. Hank had already finished, yeah. He was usually the last to leave and swipe out. Hank took pride in his work. He always makes sure the office, including the toilets, are clean for the morning. Compared to our old cleaner, it was a nice surprise. Hank is usually the last to swipe out. Hank. If you have anything you think I should connect, just let me know. Can we ask her about the wooden plinth and the missing plaque? No? Disgruntled clients, more stressed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Good plan. If Hank is the last one to swipe out, then that's suspicious. Did I link? I did not. Disgruntled clients because of the second chance program. No. Risky investment. Likes to gamble. Second chance program. Do we know what he was in jail for? No. Okay, well, let's talk to Lou, I guess. You're a man that likes a bet. How tempting would it be working in an environment like this? What do you mean? Think Hank might have put his own money into an investment? Michael and Hank had some recent tension. Could it be down to some lost money? It would make sense. Hank probably saw one of those risky investments as his chance to win big. Let me see what else I can find out. Okay, so let's move lost money up there. And recent tension, risky investment, failed bet, lost money. Okay, why lost money and jealousy? Who? Hank and Carl. And what? Missing plaque. I think it's going to be that easy. I'm sure I missed one thing, but I don't think I missed too much. I did miss exactly one thing. We got back to the station and Lou received a call almost right away. From who? Merrick, apparently checking up on the case. There was something up though. Lou was shady about the conversation. He said he had told him we were going to see our prime suspect, Hank. Game is good at hiding stuff. That's presumptuous, after the secretary told you about Carl Unwin as well. Hank had known priors, locked up for 4 years following possession of a firearm and selling stolen goods, but released after 18 months for good behavior. Doesn't sound like he would want to risk getting caught up in a murder charge. My thought exactly, but Lou was set on Hank from that moment on. Time of death had been confirmed at 9:30 p.m., give or take. And Hank's employee card had registered at swiping out at 9:45 p.m., so we went to speak with him. Okay. Ooh, wait, there's a second pizza. Hang on. Or we moved the pizza. No, wait. No. What is that red thing? Right here. A football helmet? Where did we get that one? Huh. Okay, let's go. Guy's Sports Bar, of course. Hank has dealt with the police before. If we push him too hard, he will just shut off. He's an ex-con. If anything, we should be going in harder on him. He's a suspect, but there's no reason to go overboard. Let me take the lead on this one. Fine. Mr. Abbott, would you mind answering some questions? Sure, what about? We won't take up too much of your time. Just a few questions about Hank Miller. Okay, go ahead. You and Hank are friends? We've known each other for years, even before he was inside. Have you seen a change in him since he's been released? For sure, he's making good use of the second chance. He shouldn't have been locked up like that in the first place. I'd say possession of a weapon while moving on stolen goods is reason enough to get locked up. The weapon wasn't even loaded, and it was in his car. He wouldn't have used it. Yeah, he knew how to work people. What do you mean? He knew how to read people, quick with his hands, and an even quicker mouth. So he was a con artist. Some might call him that. He did what he had to. So what happened with his arrest? Him and his brother got mixed up with the wrong people. He only had the gun for show, to scare them off in case they tried anything. Then the cop showed up, and your newly appointed Captain Merrick threw the book at him. Are you trying to say he targeted Hank specifically? Not just Hank, all of them. He was out to clean up the streets, as he put it, but he went too far. Everyone knew it. Captain Merrick has made some great changes in this town. Great changes for you, maybe. What he's done for us, the average Joe, he still lets those tough guys run the streets. They take the law into their own hands. Who are you talking about? You know full well. Had 2 of them in last night looking for Hank again, and when you report them, nothing happens. If I need anything else, I'll be in touch. Okay. Hank Miller? I'm Detective Houston. Okay, and? I'd like to talk about Michael Dew. His body was found this morning. And you think I had something to do with it? We're just trying to find out what happened in the hours leading up to his death. So I'm sure he'll be cooperative. I'll tell you when I can to clear my name. What can you tell me about your relationship with Michael? He was a good guy. Nice that someone in that world actually gave me the time of day. In that world? The almighty world of banking. You think I don't see how people look at me? To them, I'm just an ex-con. So others look at you differently then? I'm no idiot. I know what they think of me. Those egotistical bankers, only out for themselves. They're no better than most cons I know. Anyone particularly full of themselves? It's hard to tell one from the rest most days. Maybe a different tie? Look, I'm just trying to get an idea of what the office environment is like. Well, when the boss's son spends most of his day looking down his nose at you, how do you think I feel? Carl Onward? What's his problem? I don't think Nate has shady shit. I think Merrick thinks Nate knows more than he does. Because of Lou. And just in general. A rich kid that had everything handed to him on a silver plate. What more is there to know? You're the cleaner at the office, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. What hours do you usually work? Whenever they ask me. Always a Friday. I normally start when they are leaving the office. At about 6 p.m. Finish about 8, 9 p.m. And last night? 9 p.m. I had to spend extra in the men's yesterday. Not a pretty sight. Ew. I'm going to take a look around. Don't go anywhere. Okay, so it's been a week of this game now. Have we met Hank before? Or is this Hank's first, encounter? Because we've met Guy before. And Lou, we investigated his murder, so we obviously sort of met him. I think it's just Merrick knows that he can't bribe Hank. No, Nate. So he's gonna put him between a rock and a hard place. I don't see a hidden object. I don't think. Okay, let's figure this out. Let's move Carl to over here. And he went for drinks with Carl, despite Carl looking down on him. Why didn't he leave when he swiped out? Recent tensions with Michael. They got on well. Who was looking for you, Hank? Who did you con? Did you have gambling debts? Was it con-related? Did they go for drinks here? Well, we unlocked a few things. Okay, let's keep going. There was something else. I'll tell you when I can to clear my name. You said that you left work yesterday at 9 p.m. The key card recorded you leaving the building at 9:45 p.m. Can you explain that? Sounds like someone found my key card. Found? I lost it. And you didn't think to tell someone? And get myself in trouble? No, thank. It's your key, your responsibility. I understand that you and Michael had a falling out recently? I wouldn't call it that. What would you call it? It was a misunderstanding. Look, I lost some money. Michael gave me some tips on an investment and it didn't pan out, but we're all good. I would have been pretty angry if someone had given me a dodgy tip. You win some, you lose some, that's just how it goes. You mentioned Carl Onwin. Doesn't sound like you two see eye to eye. He's got his opinion and I've got mine. I found it strange then that you two went out for a drink together recently. I was surprised when he asked me to. I thought he was just trying to butter me up. Why do you think he was trying to butter you up? I saw him that day, rummaging in Michael's drawer. Aha! To be honest, I didn't think much of it, but the rest of the day he was being overly nice. And then he asked to go for a drink at the Bird in the Hand. And you met him? What was this? Last week sometime. And yeah, I'm not going to turn down a free beer, even if I did have to sit and listen to him drunkenly jabber on about his dad. What else did you talk about? Like I said, I was there for the beer. He did most of the talking. Although I did see another side of him. A less ruthless side. Maybe he's not such a bad guy. Bird in the Hand, that's the jazz club that, where everyone died. Lost key card, swiped out. Saw Carl acting suspiciously. Went out for drinks. Gambling problem. Gave Hank a bad investment tip. Recent tension. Well, we still have some conversation here. I just want to clear something up. Okay, go ahead. Tell me more about these two that were looking for Hank. To have loan sharks on his back, he must have owed some serious money. Doesn't mean that they can storm in like that, though, scaring my other patrons. What happened when they caught up with Hank? Hank took him outside, and when he came back in, he said it was all sorted. Sorted how? He paid them. They'd been around looking for him a few times. He must have got the money from somewhere to get them off his back. If I need anything else, I'll be in touch. So Hank came into some money. Owed loan sharks money. Gambling problems. Okay, this is getting messy. Lost key card, left work at 9. Saw Carl acting suspiciously, and then they went out for drinks. Talked about his father a lot. Maybe he was trying to manipulate him. Hank was a con artist should connect to both Michael and Carl, though. And Hank himself. Oh, that's not right. Carl. And he saw Carl acting suspiciously. Michael. How did Michael and Carl get along according to... Oh, you don't want to talk about that. Fine. Well, I'm obviously missing something because I don't have a reason, but he saw Carl not just acting suspiciously, but actually going through the drawer with the password. How do I connect that to things? Unless that's Hank being a con artist. Okay. So how did you pay off the loan sharks? Tell me. The guys that came looking for you yesterday, I understand they were here to collect your debts? You said I'm in debt. I paid those guys, and that's the end of it. Must mean worrying having people like that after you. Sorted now, they won't be back. That failed investment can't have helped. You must have been pretty angry at Michael. Look, it was meant to help me pay off some money elsewhere. It didn't work out, so I had to find another way. I know if someone had done that to me, and I lost everything, I'd be furious. He deceived you. It sounded like such a good deal. It was meant to be a sure thing. You knew your situation. You knew you couldn't afford to lose. Sounds like he betrayed your trust. Did he apologize after? No, but... So you didn't even feel guilty about what he had done to you. You lost everything while he lost nothing. Okay, Nate, now you're being sort of... I didn't think he would do that to me. We were friends. He betrayed me. I'm going to take a look around. Don't go anywhere. Okay, is that a motive? Lost Hank everything. Recent tensions. Trusted Michael. Recent tensions. Betrayal. Give Hank a bad investment tip. When Hank owed loan sharks money. And... Okay, so I guess we're forgetting that Hank claims to have seen that, so we just go with that. Okay, good. Oh, ow. I missed 3 deductions. By the time we got back to the station, Uniform had found Michael's missing plaque in the dumpster, hidden in the dumpster behind the office, wrapped in a bloody towel. Your murder weapon. Even without the forensic results in yet, Lou was eager to head straight back to Hank. He thought mentioning the weapon would make him slip up and admit something. And you? I wasn't so sure. There was more to the case. I spoke with the clients whose money Michael had lost. That's motive right there. They were out of the country on business. As expected, they weren't overly sympathetic to hear Michael had died. It amazes me how money means more to some people than human life. Which is why we needed to find out what else was on Michael's computer. We had no idea what the money transfer on his computer meant, and with Uniform coming up empty on finding anything else on the hard drive, it had been sent to Lou's friend to do some digging, so we went to speak with her. Is this going to be someone we've already encountered? Bite-sized computers. I don't think so. We need to get as much as we can out of Michael's computer and find out exactly what he was up to with that transaction. If anyone can get that information, it'll be Stacy. She may look like a normal teen, but she's a whiz with a keyboard. Let's hope so, because if it was down to me... I think I saw the hidden item. Maybe. Miss Wilson, I'm Detective Houston, and you know my partner. Detective Houston, Lou, how can I help? We're here for the computer that was left with you. Of course. We're looking for anything that might shed some light on what Michael was up to. Well, for starters, it looked like someone had been trying to get into his computer. What makes you say that? The last time someone used the computer, they had trouble with the password. They only got in on the last try. Unless Michael had a really bad memory, I'd say there was an unauthorized access. And you say there was a transaction still on the screen when you found it. That's right. I don't think he made it. It looks like he was investigating someone making those transactions. What else can you tell me about what Michael was investigating? Well, some of the files were corrupted. Lucky for you, corrupted files are my specialty. I managed to recover them all. What did you find? Money transactions between the Onwin Investment Bank and another account. Did you find anything out about where the money was going? That's the thing. I looked, but couldn't find anything. What do you mean, nothing at all? Only the name of the business, Smith Logistics. I tried to find out more about the account number, but came up blank. You're receiving money from the Orwin investment account, and that's it. Take a look for yourself. I set it up on the counter over there. Thank you for your help. Without you, we would still be staring at the password screen. We have the password. So no, we would not. Okay, right here. Smith Logistics Limited. Beneficiary, James Cooper, Director. I feel like I recognize that. Account number, blah, 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 250. Employee reference, CEO. Employee role, investment manager. No investment found. Received from Onwin Investment Bank. Investment received by James Cooper. 4 times $50,000 in 3 minutes. No, wait. Never mind. Once a week. Once a week at the exact same time. $50,000. Transfer time is always Friday at 8:30 p.m. Recurring... Oh, okay. Well, where is... Okay, there. And he's a con artist. Okay, let's scooch these. And let's scooch these. Oh. Okay, fine. Let's scooch these. No? No. There. Now we can zoom in a little. Unauthorized access. Transfers all at the same time. Account number there. Michael's hack. Actually, let's do Michael's computer to there. Investment history. No. Employee reference CO. You know what? Let's scooch these over here. And then we can zoom a little more. And recurring payouts relating to investments, except they never made any investments. Employee reference CO. Company details. Information on Smith Logistics. Company details. Investment history. Let's connect those two as well. Michael was hacked. I thought I saw the thing right here, but I no longer think I see it. Can I get past you? I cannot. Let's rotate. Anything here? No. No. So I guess this isn't it either. Unless I missed it. I'm gonna be upset if I missed it. What did she say? These transfers, they're always on a Friday around 8:30 p.m. And who do we know that's always in the office on a Friday evening? Doesn't look great for Hank. Looks like Michael discovered the truth about Smith Logistics, and he wound up paying the price for it. There must be a connection between someone in the office and that company. We need to track down this James Cooper. If his name is on the transfer receipt, he must know something. No sign of any capital invested by that company, and yet they're still receiving regular payouts. Looks like straight up fraud to me. Money was being paid directly from Onwin investment into Smith Logistics. But if it's a shell company, who's really receiving all that money? Didn't Michael find out, and that's why he was killed? Let's get back to the station. We've still got so much of the puzzle to piece together. Smith Logistics is just a shell. let's move that up there. There. And now we can zoom in. And there. And that. And he's a con artist. And that goes there. And I think that's going to be good enough. Let's go. Oh, ow, that's a lot I missed. We could rule out Michael being behind the missing funds, and when we looked further into Smith Logistics, there was no sign of a real company at all, merely a receiving account offshore. How did they get away with sending funds to a shell company for so long? I suppose if no one was looking, it had to be someone in the office who knew how to cover their tracks. First thought, Carl. Which is why I wanted to check out his alibi. On the employee keycard record, Carl hadn't even swiped out the day of Michael's death, because he had Hank's card. We had heard he was at one of his regular haunts, the Bird in the Hand, which didn't surprise me. Hideout for the wealthy who loved to flash the cash. Carl to a T. Results were back in for the plague in the towel, confirming Michael's blood, for the plaque in the towel, confirming Michael's blood, but the plaque had been wiped clean, not a single usable print. Killer was clever enough to cover his tracks. Without any hard evidence on either Carl or Hank, we were pitting one story against the other. Luke was still adamant on Hank's involvement and questioning why I didn't think the same. I was hoping someone at the jazz bar would be able to confirm Carl's arrival time. The Bird in the Hand, Midtown, 7 p.m. Carl's name has come up with it in connection to Smith Logistics. If he's involved in that, he's likely involved with silencing Michael to cover his tracks. I don't get why he would take money from his own family's business, though. Maybe there's more to it than we know. There's only one way we'll find the truth. Okay, so oh, there we go, okay. Now I can actually kind of move. Waiter. Hi, waiter. I'm Detective Houston. I'd like to speak to someone that was working last night. I was on the evening shift. Okay, would you mind answering a few questions? Of course. You must have seen Mr. Unwin last night. I didn't see Mr. Unwin, only Carl. That's who I was referring to. Ah, I'm sorry, we only call the senior Mr. Unwin. Mr. Unwin? Oh, we only call the senior Mr. Unwin around here. Even if he's always well-dressed and presented, it doesn't make him anything like his father. Don't sound like his biggest fan. Put it delicately, I've never met a more self-absorbed and egotistical man in my life. Not a fan. Got it. Did you notice anything different or off about Carl last night? No, not really, apart from being late to his table. How late are we talking? He's always here on a Friday, like clockwork, for 9:30 p.m. Not last night. He checks his coat, orders, or should I say demands, his drink, and makes the usual call. Tell me about his usual call. He's been doing it for a while now. He must have spoken to Jake, the boss, because he lets him use the phone. Is Jake the guy that died or not? Do you know who he calls? All I know is that it's an international number. It's a super long number to dial, and he asked me to do it once and got pretty angry when I got it wrong. Is that a regular thing for him to do? To get angry, I mean. It wasn't the first time he's exploded at me. He likes things his way, but he's a good tipper, so he usually gets it. When else has he acted like that? I wasn't happy when his credit card bounced. His company credit card, I'd like to add. Never seen him spend a dime of his own money. Let me guess, it was your fault for not charging it properly? You got it. I'm certainly never sad to see him leave. I think that's everything. Thanks again. And this is Carl. Oh, hi. Mr. Onlin, I was hoping to speak to you about the death of your colleague, Michael Dew, in my office, where I work. Perhaps the death of a colleague is more important than than it happening where you work. For you, maybe. I have to go back and pretend like nothing happened. Yes, it must be very hard for you. Anyway, I have some questions. What do you want? Can you tell me what time you left the office on the night of Michael's death? I left about 8 p.m. I had a few things to tidy up. A new account that... you wouldn't understand anyway. What would I know? After all, I'm just a cop. What was your relationship like with Michael? We were colleagues, like you said. I don't know what else there is to say. Okay, it doesn't sound like you two were particularly close. Him and I, not so much. He'd certainly got comfortable with my father, though. He had a lot of influence when it came to decision-making. Decisions about what? A senior investment manager, was that not his job? Well, maybe, but that doesn't mean he could take my place. He acted like it was his company. How are you with the rest of the office? Hank, for example. What's he got to do with anything? He's just a cleaner. Am I wrong in thinking you went for a drink with him recently? No, you're right. He wanted to talk to me outside of the office. I said we should grab a drink. What did he want to talk about? He said he had some cash issues and asked if I could help out. I assumed it had something to do with his gambling habits. Have you ever heard about a company called Smith Logistics? Can't say that I have. Should I have? What about a James Cooper? Got me again. What's he got to say about me? We're yet to track him down. I thought you might be able to help with that. If I knew who you were talking about. I'm going to take a look around. Don't go anywhere. Please tell me the item is here. Pretty please. There's a pink slip here. Haha. I want to know the full phone number. It's not there. The last time we were here, it was behind that speaker, but he's sitting too close for it to be there now. I mean, I know I still need to replay it to get Ace on everything. But I was hoping to get the outfits the first time around. I'm not sure what engine this is in, but I don't think it'll support that shift. It would be funny if it did, though. Yeah, let's... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I must have missed it. Damn it. Okay. Hasn't heard of Smith Logistics. Carl is assigned to their account. Hank lost his keycard. Hank asked to borrow money. Carl's company card was rejected. Always well-timed and presented. Hank lost his key card and he didn't swipe out. Late last night, but he claims he left work on time. Frequent international calls, that's an offshore shell company. Waiter, Carl prone to lose his temper. Michael. Waiter. Oh, Waiter and Hank. Waiter asked Hank out for drinks. Company card was rejected. Hank asked to borrow money and he's present for that. And that is connected to that. Okay, nothing new with him, but plenty new with him. If you've not heard of Smith Logistics, can you tell me what your name was doing on its account? My name? Unless someone... Oh, would that be the account Michael asked me to look at a while back? You tell me. He wanted me to look into something to do with the logistics company, but I didn't get the chance to. I've just been so busy profiting from my own accounts and investors. What was it that Michael wanted you to look into about them? Couldn't tell you. I had my own accounts to be looking after. I wonder why he was wanting my name on the account. Hank's money problems. Did he elaborate? His problems are his problems. Who am I to stick my nose in? He didn't want to know what the money was for. He had got himself in some bother. I had the cash. I wasn't going to say anything, but it sounded pretty serious. Just wanted to help him out. I said he could pay me back when he could. You have been through the keycard log of the night of Michael's death, and there's no record of you leaving the office. You know who my father is, right? That's for the employees. Employees like yourself. I have a set of the master keys. When your name is on the building, you can come and go as you please. Okay. Carl has the master keys, which is why there's no record of it. How did he help him out when his company card was rejected? Carl has the master keys. That means he could also have been there when the transfers happened. And Hank lost his key card. How did you get on? The waiter told me about Carl making international calls when he was in on a Friday around 9:30 p.m. Seems more than just a coincidence that it's just after the time of the money transfers. Will you really make those calls himself? He also said Carl arrived later than usual yesterday and was in a rush to make his usual call. Operations like that would need a tightly run ship. I can't see it working if he was making late calls. Looks like we can't verify where either of our suspects were at the time of the murder, only their movements before or after. Are we just meant to believe them, especially an ex-con? Hank's lost keycard and Carl using the master keys, I don't know which one I believe less. Looks to me like Carl might have finally been cut off. Miss Father? He was working at the investment office. Why would he need to take handouts from him anyway? You met Carl. You really think he was going to say no to free money? If his company credit card bounced on just a round of drinks, it looks like that's the end of his free ride. I'll take another look around. International money transfer. Frequent international calls and off your account. And company card was rejected. That and that. Now let's move this up here. And move this over here. And I have nothing else to say to you still. I still feel like I'm missing something. Other than the item. The waiter mentioned that you had a little trouble with a drink spill the other night. You should keep his nose out and mouth shut. I used the wrong card, that's all. Company card? So what if it was? What's that got to do with anything? I wouldn't have expected such a high flyer like yourself to have any problems with money. And I shouldn't have, except Dad's been listening to his new senior manager too much. Michael? If he had just kept his opinion to himself, I wouldn't have had to be embarrassed like that. I'm gonna take a look around, don't go anywhere. There we go. Anger. Over here. Oh. No, I want to move it. Thank you. Okay, let's put that there. And now connect those. And connect that, that, and that. Connect that, and that. And then connect that, and that. And he was angry because of that, and that, and that, and that. and that's. So that gives us a Y and a who. And let's go. Ah. Oh, I missed 3 deductions. Huh. We left the bar still not completely sure on either Hank or Carl's connection to it all. What was your gut telling you? My gut said Carl, but Lou still thought Hank was involved somehow. Am I missing something here? Lou said he had received a tip to say that Hank had been hanging around with the same lot that got him locked up in the first place. Okay, that doesn't mean he killed Michael. But to Lou it meant he couldn't be trusted. He was an ex-con with a history of fraud-related crimes. Lou thought he was never going to change, and his place was behind bars. I thought we should go back to the investment office. There must be something we had missed. Please give me another chance to find the hidden item. Please. Pretty please. Or maybe it wasn't until scene 5. I'll take a look around. There must be something we missed the first time. What are you expecting to find? Something that's going to help us say definitively who's behind the fraud and Michael's murder. If you ask me, there's no denying Hank's involvement. And you're just happy to ignore Carl's obvious connections to Smith Logistics? And now it's being weird again. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go over here and just click on the disk as well. No, fine. Well, there's something in the trash. Business cards. Carl is the senior investment manager. He thought he was getting the promotion. And there's something. A letter from a lawyer. I regret to inform you of the recent passing of Mr. James Cooper, a client of Unwin Investment Bank. His death on January 2nd has been a great shock to friends and family alike, and his life is to be celebrated at St. Mark's Church on January 14th. Having spoken with his family, they've informed me that they wish to close his investment accounts and withdraw all capital effective immediately. If you require any further information, including copies of Mr. Cooper's death certificate, my office will be happy to oblige. I thank you in advance for your cooperation and understanding. Yours sincerely, Mr. P. Malcolm, Goldstein and Wagner Law. So he did exist, but he's been dead for 12 weeks. That's quite a while. What's this? Update to client record. Carl assigned Smith Logistics to James 6 weeks ago. Or 6 weeks something. Yes, exactly. Exactly that. Aha! There you are, you bastard. Gotcha. Okay, now we've unlocked a second set of outfits for one of the characters. I'm not sure who, but one of them. Email to Michael. The information that follows is highly confidential. I trust that I can count on your discretion. My accountant has informed me of some irregularities in our books for this quarter. Having looked through the cash accounts, the balances are far lower than what our books report. As you know, I'm going to be out of the country from tomorrow for a few weeks. I'd like you to take the reins on an internal investigation. I give you full permission to do what you have to, full access to all accounts and files to find out what's happened. Consider everyone a potential suspect. No one is off the table. No one. I'll expect an update by Friday. I know you're going to be taking on some of my other duties while I'm away, but this is a priority. I have every faith in you. Sincerely, Carl Onwin Sr. Nothing in that corner. Nothing here. Nothing else there. Okay. Okay, well, now let's try to connect the dots. Okay, so Carl knew that James was dead. Heavy plaque. Let's scooch these up here for now. And let's scooch this over here for now. Now we can zoom a little. No, wait, I want to move this. I want to put it here instead. Okay. Michael was hacked, and Hank saw Carl acting suspiciously. Email to Michael. Wait. He became the senior investment manager, and he did not. And of course he was angry. Investigating fraud. There. And that. And email to Michael, investigating fraud. Notice the books didn't balance because of this. Investigating fraud. Carl. Okay, let's move these two down just a little. Actually, let's move them here. It is. It is. Heavy plaque is the murder weapon. Michael's blood. Oh. The plaque said, oh. Unwin Sr. is the father of Carl. Well, this is obviously the murder weapon. But we have a conversation at some point when I find the right spot to stand so that I can talk to them. There we go. Find anything incriminating. Looks like Carl was a little quick off the bat getting a senior investment manager cards made. The secretary was right. He must have thought he was next in line to the business. And instead, Michael was promoted over him. He can't have taken it well. Could have been the last straw. Doesn't mean it killed him. Would you kill me over a promotion? No. You got yourself kicked off. Carl obviously thought no one would notice a dead man's account being reopened. And no one did. Until Michael started investigating. Well, no, his dad found it. Hank said he saw Carl acting suspiciously around Michael's desk. Maybe he knew about Michael's investigation and was trying to see what he had found. What is acting suspiciously exactly? Hank didn't see Carl actually do anything. Carl could easily have found Michael's old password, and he knows about the required resetting of them. He could have made an educated guess. All circumstantial. Hank could have done the exact same. He has priors, a con artist, his own friend's words. Not exactly, but he didn't disagree. Let's look over everything we've got. Michael was hacked. Carl tried to cover his tracks. Michael was promoted over Carl. Betrayal. Okay, I'm gonna say Carl. Because he was investigating the fraud. No? Okay, Carl because he was angry. Aha. Oh, that was terrible.